There we go. Okay, let me do this again. Hello, hello. Good morning, good evening, everyone. We're back here at Buenos Aires, everyone. Sorry about that. For some reason, OBS likes to change the settings. I don't know why. It just does. But so we're gonna be heading to Commodore Rivadavia today, and then Ushuaia. We got two pretty long legs coming up. So the flight plan should be pretty simple here. Um, so let me update the route. So the route's going to be updated for this morning. Yeah, it makes sense. It happens, even for me. So here's the route for today's stream for this first leg. So this one, we're going to be taking the 737 here today. In the Firefly Air colors, of course. This livery here is done by our very own Gibble Ireland. If you want to check out more about Firefly Air, check this out here in chat. So this should be a pretty nice flight. If you guys weren't aware of this Friday, this is Sierra Echo Alpha Echo Zulu. This is the main international gateway to Buenos Aires. There's actually two major airports in Buenos Aires. The other one is at Jorge Newbery, and that's for domestic flights. This one here is the main international one. So let's go ahead and get this set up here. So we'll be covering the rest of Argentina on stream today. So we'll cover the rest of the notes for Argentina. So let's go ahead and get this 737 set up and get her turned on. Let's see if I remember how to do this without. I'm gonna go back to the sim brief. So let's go ahead. I'm just gonna go ahead and gonna go ahead and we're just gonna go ahead and just set this all up. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the engine. We're gonna go ahead and get this going. So we will be departing from runway 17, so we'll get through here pretty soon. that. So we're going to go ahead and turn it on. Panels are on. Oh, so we're now ready to. And we're ready to depart now for Buenos Aires. We'll head to our first stop. This flight here will take us 2 hours and 1 minute flight over to Commodore uh, Rivadavia. So this should be taking about 2 hours to get there. Should be a 2-hour trip. Rotate and depart. Oh, we're out of Buenos Aires and we're going to be departing. But we'll talk more about Argentina once we get near cruising altitude. We're just going to be departing and say hello to the scenery. We're now going to be climbing up to 36,000 feet. So we're getting pretty close here. According to our virtual airline, we have over 1 million XP. We're just a third of the way complete of our XP completed. So yeah, we're getting pretty close. I wonder what the new hub would end up being. It probably will likely be Southeast Asia. I think Southeast Asia would likely be the next hub, honestly, because there really isn't very many regions you could. The only other region I think could put it there is either the Caribbean or Central America. That'd be about it, honestly. So. So the reason I decided to do the two airliner routes today, the two legs of the airliners rather than just do the GA stuff, is because, like I said, there really isn't a lot of natural scenery stuff going around much of Patagonia. So I thought it would be easier to do the airliner legs, do the legs of Patagonia around that part of Argentina. You guys understand what I'm trying to get. Plus, there just isn't a lot of interesting destinations to go to in that part of Argentina. Most of the major civilizations in Argentina are either within the Pampas in the east or the Chaco region in the mountainous region in Chile. You're like the most of the major cities in Argentina. So yeah, for the rest of the week, I think I have some plans going on for the next week or so. But if you guys want to know what I'm planning, um, on Wednesday, well, I do have a haircut appointment on Wednesday, so that's gonna interrupt my Wednesday time. So I'm thinking about moving the stream from Wednesday to probably Thursday, as a result, due to an appointment. So I'm gonna probably either move it on, either schedule the Wednesday stream later in the day, um, or I will have to move it to Thursday. But it would actually be doing the DC-3 again. I'll be doing a GA flight, and we'll do some more of the college town stuff. This time I'll be doing it in the state of Texas this time around, since I wanted to do it. So we'll do it on Thursday, I guess. And then on Friday, we'll be back with the Around the World trip. We'll do the fighter jets in Patagonia, the thing I've been wanting to do. I'll come up with a custom flight plan, but we will be doing the fighter jets next Friday. And then on Sunday, we'll be exploring Chile. And we'll be going up through Chile on next Sunday. So that will be my streams for the next coming week. So that's what I got planned. In terms of other streamers and other streamers' content, on Monday we will be seeing Two Tone Murphy in the Fireflies go do the Volcano series, and we'll be doing the Mount Fuji. So that should be amazing to check out. If you ever get a chance to fly in Japan to the Sim, you should definitely check out Mount Fuji. It's an absolutely beautiful place to visit. Highly, highly recommend you guys check that out. That's a beautiful area in the world. So that's what's going to be going on next week and stuff. Um, so in terms of other news, for other big news, um, for sports stuff, the NBA playoffs happened again last night, and it turned out that the Dallas Mavericks won by 1 point yesterday. They're going to the Western Conference Finals for the NBA for basketball, and they'll face the winner of the Timberwolves Nuggets game tonight. There was also the Pacers Knicks game for Game 7 as well. So two exciting Game 7s. So should be pretty crazy. there really isn't very much sports stuff to talk about. Too much. It's only been a couple days. But I can tell you that things have been pretty interesting around here for sure. So I want to ask you guys as well. I hope you guys have had a good weekend so far. I hope the weekends turn out great. If you guys had any fun times during the weekend. My weekend's going pretty well. My parents had a pretty nice concert last night they went to. And I was just here just trying to catch up again. Should just be fun, pretty high up there. 27,000 feet. Yeah, we're gonna go all the way up to 36,000 feet. Don't really have that much further to go up. So now that we're back at the cruising altitude at 36,000 feet, um, we will be talking about more about Argentina as we prepare for the first flight. So one of the things I do want to talk about Argentina, back to where we left off, is the economy of Argentina. And Argentina has quite the diverse economy. It's one of the largest in all Latin America, as it benefits from rich natural resource, a highly literate population, a diversified industrial base, and export-oriented agricultural sector. It's Latin America's third largest and the second largest in Latin America. At one point, it was one of the richest countries in the world. Um, at one point in 1913, it was one of the wealthiest countries in the world by GDP per capita. However, over the past century, Argentina's economy went down quite a bit over the past. So it also benefits a lot from natural resources. as Argentina's got pretty rich natural resources as well. However, Argentina's had a lot of uneven stuff with economic growth and severe recessions ever since the late 20th century. For example, Argentina's currency has declined about 50% in 2018 to more than 38 pesos per US dollar. It's even more so due to a lot of issues with its economy. So, so basically, what I'm trying to say is that Argentina's economy is pretty high up there. However, it's also been a very unstable economy with lots of issues with its stability. So one of the big parts about Argentina's economy has always been agriculture. Agriculture has always been one of Argentina's most important sectors. Has been agriculture. It's one of the world's major agriculture producers in the globe, and it's ranked among the top producers in the world of various, but including exporters of beef, citrus fruit, grapes, honey, maize, sorghum, soybeans, squash, sunflower seeds, wheat, and yerba mate. And it's account for 9% of Argentina's GDP in 2010 and 1/5 of all of their exports. So agriculture is a big deal. Um, and one of the big parts of the agriculture has been it's still been a continuous debate within the Argentine government. And it's been a contentious debate. For example, in 2008, there was like a grain embargo by farmers and more. Also, Argentine fisheries bring about 1 million tons of cash annually, mainly with Argentine hake, as well as pollock, squid, and Satola crab as well are mainly harvested in there. However, if you want to talk about one thing that's really big about agriculture in Argentina, it is 100% their beef. Argentine beef is a component, major part of Argentina's cuisine, but Argentina is one of the world's largest producer of beef, with more than 3 million tons of it, trailing only the United States, Brazil, and China. And beef and stuff are a big part of its history. And beef and cattle becomes a major part of Argentina's agriculture. But also other meats too, like chicken, pork, and mutton as well, are other types of meats that are raised here. They also raise a lot of grapes, mainly for wines, mainly produced in the valleys of the Rio Negro in Mendoza province. And Argentine wine is pretty valuable stuff. But they produce a lot of stuff. But basically, um, Argentina has been very important in terms of producing lots of agriculture. Very much an agricultural meat. And in terms of stuff, it's the world's largest producer of yerba mate, and one of the 5 largest producers of soy, maize, sunflower seeds, lemon, and pear. So, agriculture-wise, Argentina actually has a lot of agricultural stuff. Pretty important stuff. In terms of industry, um, according to the 2019 list, Argentina, its industry is the 31st most valuable industry in the world, behind only Mexico, Brazil, and Venezuela, but ahead of Colombia, Peru, and Chile. It's the 31st largest producer of steel, 20th in vehicles, 22nd in the world in beer, 4th largest world producer of soybean oil, and 3rd in sunflower. The largest sector of the economy is manufacturing, and they mainly produced food processing, beverages, motor vehicles, refinery products, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals, and more. Are a major part of Argentina's industry. Um, and most manufacturers is organized in the 314 industrial parks throughout the country, mainly in the greater Buenos Aires area, though others like Cordoba, Rosario, and Shaya are also parts of it too. So industry does play a role in Argentina, more than you think. And then we have another major industry, and that is tourism. Tourism is increasingly going to be a big deal in Argentina. Um, it had 5.57 million visitors in 2013, which is actually the top ranked destination in all of South America for tourists, and second in Latin America after Mexico. And there's a lot of good reasons for why that's the case in Argentina for tourism. But the main reason is obviously you have Buenos Aires, the capital, which is a very prestigious city. It's a beautiful place with tons of really cool stuff in Buenos Aires. And it's one of the most desirable cities to visit in the world. Um, there's tons of rich culture and heritage all over Buenos Aires. You also got tons of great natural landmarks and scenery like Agassiz Falls, the colonial city of Salta, and of course the lots of national parks. Um, Tons of great national parks like Puerto Moreno Glacier. You have Ushuaia as well for a lot of um, for national parks. Sierras de Cordoba for natural tourism places. Tons of World Heritage sites as well. There's just a lot to do in Argentina. Oh, thank you, Typhon. Bots. Was it bots, probably? Thank you. I'm sorry. I was just looking over my notes. But yeah. But basically what I'm trying to say is that, well, Argentina's in a bit of a tourist boom. That's something to keep in mind. So that is why a lot of people like to visit Argentina. So so that is a bit about the economy and tourism part of Argentina. We'll cover more about stuff a little bit later. Don't want to give you guys don't want you guys get a little headache and try to learn this all at once. So thank you, Typhon, for taking care of a lot of that. Um, so we're going to head down over to this area. We're just 562 nautical miles away from our first stop of the day. So we'll be heading much more down. So in terms of other stuff I do want to talk about, so in terms of MSFS, there have been some new add-on stuff. So Blackbird Simulations has teased their UH1 Huey. So they're still working on it. So they're gonna bring out the Huey sometime soon, apparently. But yeah, they're working on completing the Huey. But yeah, it's been almost 2 years since the last time Blackbird's worked on one of their add-ons. So it's been a long time for sure. So So yeah, Typhon, what happened with the bot stuff? Was it a bot incident or was it something bad? I didn't know. Kind of weird. Yeah, the scenery here, um, it's pretty flat. That's probably what I wanted to do with the airline. Take the sky and enjoy the scenery a bit higher up in the ground. But I mean, the approach to Ushaya should be absolutely stunning. Should be a stunning approach. Should be. Oh, okay. Thank you, Typhon. Yeah, that's definitely should be bannable. Thank you, Typhon. I didn't know what was going on. I was looking at my notes and I saw that. I was wondering what that was. Thank you, Typhon. Really appreciate my mods. Like, I'm lucky to have great mods to actually help me out. Yeah, that's definitely not appropriate. But yeah, I can't wait to get to the jets next week. Next week is going to be so much fun with the fighter jet, with the F-18 in Patagonia. That's going to be so much fun. Yep, we're going to be doing some jet stuff. But yeah, the plan I was going to do here was take off from Ushaya, fly over quite a bit of Isla Gordon, all that, and fly through some of the fjords and stuff, check over the mountains, visit Punta Arenas, go back into the air, fly around this area, and just do some of some of these flights in the jets. I think that would be so much fun. I just last Sunday mod for Arash now. Yeah, Arash hasn't been around too much. I know he's been pretty busy with life. But if you guys haven't seen Captain Arash, I mean, he's an awesome dude. Awesome guy. Love a lot of his streams. I miss his Cessna 172 around the world. I miss that for sure. I know he's put that on hold, so Yeah, and then again, I'll also post the next 7 days of the around the world trip if you guys are so wanting to know. So I'll be posting the next 7 days, and I'll be planning out all the stuff. So let's go ahead and talk a little. Hey, good to see you, Digi Driver. Good to see you, my dude. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well, Digi Driver. Um, so we're actually gonna be flying to the bottom of the world today, in Ushuaia, but we're actually gonna have a pit stop at Comodoro Rivadavia as a pit stop. I wanted to do that as a little bit of a pit stop since I wanted to break this up a little bit into two flights. Rather than just do one longer flight. Since we get to visit an area that I don't think most people get to visit very often. So that's what we're doing today. And we're doing this as part of a around the world trip. That's what we're doing. Oh, I wrapped up church this morning, taking no worries. Oh, nice. Yeah, let me give Digi Driver a shout out if you guys haven't checked out his streams. Oh, nice. Fairbanks to Alaska. That's a great flight. I've been to Alaska RL, Digi Driver. Alaska's beautiful. Great place to visit. But yeah, Fairbanks to Anchorage is a great flight. But yeah, I like to fly around Southeast Alaska though, because I've been to that region of Alaska in real life, and Southeast Alaska is absolutely gorgeous area. Um, that's an absolutely beautiful area. Um, like Ketchikan is great. Juneau is very pretty. Skagway is nice to visit. And then I got to visit some new stuff this year as well. Huna was pretty cool. Sitka was absolutely awesome. That that port was absolutely gorgeous. That's a great place. And I got to even visit Valdez and Seward as well. Just great areas. But yeah, just great areas. I love checking that. And yeah, but flying to Juneau was definitely a thing I like to do is flying to Juneau. Because it's got some pretty cool approaches, and I mean, it's technically just uh, not connected to the outside world. Just a great area in the world to fly in the sim. I like Alaska. Like I said, the sim doesn't do a lot of justice though. But yeah, we're gonna be heading to the southernmost city in the world, so we'll be heading there first and foremost. So if you guys haven't been to my stream before, I've done a lot of informational streams and content on my channel. So we'll be hitting near our to the bottom of the world soon enough. So we're just 436 miles from our first stop of the day. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the transportation stuff here in Argentina. So Argentina has quite a few things in transportation that needs to be worried about. For public transportation, the majority of people in Argentina use public transport rather than personal cars to move in the cities, especially business hours because parking will be difficult and expensive. Cycling has been increasingly common in the bigger cities like Buenos Aires and Rosario. Um, some of the areas include buses like the uh, Colectivo, which is urban buses, and they are mainly used for a lot of the cities. Um, Taxis are also pretty common and relatively accessible price wise, though they have different colors and fares in different cities. However, through Buenos Aires, they use a lot of suburban trains. And more than 1.4 million people commute to Argentine for work every weekday, connect between the trains for work. And they mainly use it in Buenos Aires, though there are increasingly number of trains in Mendoza and all that as well as trams were once common, but were retired mainly in 1960. But they're making a comeback. But mainly the big thing is suburban trains in Buenos Aires. In terms of road transportation, Argentina has quite a bit of road transportation since Argentina is nearly 4,000 kilometers long and a mile 1,000 kilometers wide. Several toll expressways spread out from Buenos Aires, serving nearly half the population. However, the majority of roads are two-lane national provincial route, and less than a third of the roads are paved. Um, Argentina is home to 9.2 million registered cars, trucks, and buses on a per capita basis, and they had Latin America's widest accessibility to motor vehicles. Argentine motorists drive on the right side of the road, and long-distance buses are also quite popular, since railway privatizations in the 90s downsized a lot of the railway service. So there is that as well for road transportation. Yeah, rail is definitely a great option for some of these areas too. But the thing is, railway is much more common in Europe. And speaking of Europe, I might be heading to the United Kingdom next June. Plan for a trip for the family to the United Kingdom. So that should be pretty exciting though. So that would be pretty exciting to get to visit the UK. But yeah, rail would definitely be a great way to commute, for sure. Speaking of rail transportation, Argentina's railways, were once extensive and prosperous, however, were greatly reduced in 1993. Despite that, though, Argentina still maintains the eighth largest rail network in the world with over 36,000 kilometers of track. However, several private and provincial railway companies have been created and resurrected, but with less limited services. More recently, government has nationalized more, but again, privatization's been more since, with Milei being the president of Argentina. There was attempts for high-speed railway, but they haven't been built yet, obviously. However, the rail is mainly used a lot more for freight network, as over 25 million tons of freight were transported by rail in 2007, and there's 5 carriers that operate freight services in the country. And of course, there's even tourist railways too, and one of the most well-known ones is the Old Patagonian Express. Um, and there's also the train to the end of the world as well. But a lot of them are used for tourism, which is heritage railways of the past. So that's definitely a pretty big. Oh yeah, yeah. It'd be interesting to see them build a high-speed network like the Japan's and the trains to Japan. Yeah, I would be curious to see how that would be the rail network in Japan. So that would definitely be pretty interesting to see. I know in Japan there's also like a whole thing about train etiquette and all that to learn about. Would be quite interesting, but so. But of course, Argentine, one of the more important areas of Argentina is air travel. And air travel is, even though traditionally been more expensive, it's become increasingly common due to more competitive prices. Each provincial capital, Argentina, has its own airport, though many others. In tourist areas that also have their own airports. And most companies have several flights daily to most populous destinations. And the most important hub is Buenos Aires, though there are other areas like Mendoza, Cordoba, and Rosario that have important hubs. And Argentina has over 1,100 airports, which is sixth highest in the world. Is Argentina? They got tons of airports throughout the country. So Argentina got lots of important airport stuff. Yeah, 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 exactly. American rails for cargo mainly. U.S. transportation is more car and airplane. Exactly. It would be cool for the U.S. to have more rail, but the rail in America is mainly used for freight. That's 110% correct. Yes, it is a missed opportunity, and I know some regions that could really benefit from high-speed rail network. Um, but mainly it would be the Northeast corridor, like Washington D.C. to New York or Boston. But I mean, that way you hit the cities like New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. You get all those major cities in those. That could be one area rail could work. Florida could be another state that rail could definitely work. Is Florida, because you have Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, and then if you could also go down the coast to West Palm Beach, Boca Raton, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami, which a lot of people live near the coast, so that would get a lot of that. You also have Tampa, Fort Myers, Sarasota, all those around there too. I mean, a Florida one could make a lot of sense. Um, that could make a lot of sense. A lot of people like to travel to those. But the point is, you have to get the infrastructure to make that work. But those areas, I can see a lot of use from rail. But that's just me. Oh yeah, DC to Boston, yeah, yeah, that corridor is very densely populated. They could benefit a lot from. Yeah, and there are certain spots that could really work. Another thing too would be like the Texas Triangle could work as well. San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth. Then to have one straight to Houston, that could work. Because that's where most of Texas population lives. That could probably work. Um, and then of course, obviously a lot of people like to say California's rail with Los Angeles, San Francisco. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that it can work. However, with the United States being such a vast area, it won't work so easily. That's kind of how I view rail stuff. It's going to be very difficult to replace the air travel for sure. So let's talk about Argentina's flag carrier for a bit. This is Aerolíneas Argentinas. This is Argentina's flag carrier and the country's largest airline. This airline was created back in 1949 from the merger of a couple other airlines and started operations in 1950. Um, it's Argentina's main airline. Um, the airline was actually has two hubs, both in Buenos Aires. One for domestic flights at Aeropark Jorge Newbery, and the international hub at Ministero Pistorani International. It's and those are the two main hubs that this airline operates. They currently have a fleet size of 82 planes, and they serve 58 destinations across the globe. So, so the history of this airline goes back to 1929, when Campaign General Aeropostal started airmail service between Buenos Aires and Asunción using the Laticoair 25, and later expanded networks across Patagonia, and many French pilots flew for the company, and replaced by more Argentines as it goes on. As the Aeropost has expanded southwards, it added more DC-3s and stuff to the fleet. However, they started more other carriers, and those became quite unprofitable, so they decided to actually merge them all into a single company Aerolíneas Argentinas. And as early as 1950, they added a DC-6 to the fleet and used for the flights for a weekly service from Buenos Aires to Frankfurt via Rio de Janeiro, Natal, Dakar, Lisbon, and Paris. And funnily enough, Aerolíneas Argentinas almost actually managed to get 6 de Havilland Comets, become the first overseas airline to buy the de Havilland Comets. So, in the 60s, they consisted of a fleet of Comet 4s, Convair 240s, DC-3s, DC-4s, DC-6, and even the short sailing flying boats. They even had a few flying boats in the fleet. So they ordered quite a few other planes as well. By 1970, they had a fleet of 707s and served route to Europe and the United States. Others flew for regional services, and some even flew domestically. They also incorporated the Fokker F-28 as well, and as well as they have leased some more planes. However, with after government owned, they currently have had some privatization periods in the late 90s. Oh. So in the 90s, they started more privatization, and it was eventually bought by Iberian Airlines to have stinks and all that. However, the issue would be that it wasn't super profitable, so they actually had to unprivatize it in 2008 by the Argentine government. And it still remains the thing. However, the airline did grow during the 2010s as it increased more in that. However, they faced a lot more losses in the 2010s, especially in 2018, 2019, had a lot of losses. And then eventually, though, ever since Javier Milei became president of Argentina, he affirmed to once again privatize the airline again. However, there's been a lot of strikes over by the unions over the privatization stuff as a result. So that's a bit about the history of Aerolíneas Argentinas, the flag carrier of Argentina. So, in terms of destinations, domestically, they serve domestic destinations to Mendoza, Cordoba, Ushuaia, and El Caliphate. However, that's just some of the ones. They serve a lot more other domestic destinations. But these were just at least some of the few destinations they serve. In terms of international destinations, they also serve some destinations include Lima, Peru, Miami, Florida, Madrid, Spain, and Rome, Italy. Release some of the international destinations, though they serve way more, include Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, Asuncion, and more. These are at least some of the destinations that they serve, and here are some of the planes in their fleet. Currently, they operate 82 planes in their current fleet, including 10 Airbus A330s, 8 737-700s, 31 737-800s, 7 Boeing 737 MAX 8s with 4 more on order, 24 Embraer E190s, and they're going to get 12 of the Embraer 195-E2s to replace their older 190s, as well as 2 Boeing cargo planes, 737 cargo. In terms of retirement, they've had a lot of older planes too they had during their history. Boeing 707s, the Sub Caravel 3, de Havilland Comet 4, Fokker 28 and the Indy 88 are some of the older planes that operate back in the day. So yeah, those are at least some of the older planes that they have operated in the past. So that is Aerolíneas Argentinas. Um, Also, fun fact about this airline too, it's actually one of the safest airlines in the world. Actually, the last fatal accident was in 1970. Was the last fatal accident for the airline, and as of June 2023, there have only been 47 accidents or incidents since 1950, which is actually pretty long for a national carrier. So it's a pretty safe airline. They're also a member of SkyTeam. The airline's also part of SkyTeam, along with other members such as Aeromexico, Air France, Delta Airlines, KLM, and Korean Air. But yeah, we're going to be making our way down there pretty soon. Yeah, I've been really enjoying this trip so far. Yeah, absolutely cool stuff. So we're just 277 nautical miles out from our final stop. Should be a beautiful rest of the way. Let's check our top. I'm going to go ahead and adjust for top of descent so I don't have to worry about doing it again. Forget. Because you know how easy it is to forget top of descents when you're doing these calculations. Yeah, exactly. All airlines are strapped for that. Like, some airlines are absolutely horrible in safety records. Some don't even value taking care of it, but airlines are seeing surprisingly have pretty safe records. Which is and then these are some of the, there are a lot of other safe airlines as well. So the safest one, apparently, Air New Zealand is the safest one. According to Forbes, they said Air New Zealand's the safest, followed by Qantas. And the safest U.S. carrier is actually Alaska Airlines. Is the safest. But the safest ones are either Australia and New Zealand are the safest. Followed by Etihad, Qatar, Emirates, All Nippon Airways, Finnair, Cathay Pacific, and Alaska. But yeah, I'm hoping Firefly Airways is safe. Obviously, I hope the virtual airlines with Firefly Airways is safe. At least subscribe for similar safety standards. Oh. Grilled some hot sauce for eggs. Oh, nice. That should be a pretty good breakfast. Should be nice. So yeah, we will be heading top of the set pretty soon. And then we'll be talking about our first stop. Because we're gonna save the second stop for the culture of Argentina. So we'll be saving those extra slides for the culture of Argentina. But I'm not interested in trying to rush all this information. So, hey, good thing. Hey, no, thank you so much for coming on here today, my dude. See you later, dude. Trevor. And hello, We Fly Daily. Good to see you, my dude. Check out his channel on Twitch. We're heading to the southernmost city in the world, Ushuaia. We're going to be heading there on Wednesday. On next Friday, we'll be doing the jet flights over Patagonia. Should be an amazing flight that day. Should be amazing. Cannot wait to do some good old jet flying ops. Should be a lot of fun. Yeah, we're about to reach top of descent shortly, so we don't have too much farther to get to top of descent. Very okay, right? Yeah, should be a really enjoyable flight, for sure. Hey, so yeah, we're gonna get down here pretty shortly. Should be lots of fun for sure. Yeah, we'll be reaching our first stop very shortly here in Argentina. So we should get down here very short. Keebler F-14, I don't have it. I'm gonna just take the F-18. I don't really fly lots of military jets. No, don't get me wrong. If I were more into that, I would have been more than happy to take the heat blower. But military jets are just not something I fly a lot for me. So I'm not taking the heat blower, sadly. If that's what my answer is, I don't have it. It is amazing. Don't get me wrong. It's probably by far the best military jet in the simulator. Yeah, the F-18 should be nice and solid. It's a nice solid jet, and I mean it could do everything you basically wanted to. That's why I'm taking that for Friday. But I just want something a little fun for that trip. Because mostly I've been flying either GA or the airliner, so it's something that brings a little bit unique to the table. And now we're finally in descent. So the first stop of our destination here is going to be Comodoro Rivadavia. Um, Comodoro Rivadavia is going to be our first stop. This city is the most important city of the San Jorge Basin, and it's the largest city in Chubut, and it's the largest city south of the 45th parallel. It's often referred simply to as Comodoro. Um, yeah, it's the largest city in the province of Chubut, and it was founded in 1901. Its population is around 137,000 people in 2001, and it grew to 118,000, and it's a major commercial transportation center of the region. It's mainly the important export point for Argentina's petroleum industry. And it had been a very prosperous city since 1907 when they found oil. It's also it's currently served by the General Rick Moscone Airport. So apparently the history of it, the reason it got oil was in 1907 when they apparently looked for water, but it turned out they struck oil instead. And helped grew a lot of oil and stuff. So it's still the national oil capital of Argentina. So oil remains a pretty big deal for the city. There's also other stuff too. There's also a shipyard which they allow to repair a lot of vessels. It's also home to car racing stuff at the Autodromo General San Martin. So it's a pretty cool little area and a town that has some pretty cool history. And then, of course, the airport is the General Enrique Moscone International, the main airport for the city, built in 1929, with a flight between here. It's from Bahia Blanca to Comodoro Rivadavia. Um, it also had the longest nonstop flight ever made by an RAF plane in 2017. And it was a search for a submarine that disappeared. And it would also mark the first time an RAF plane had landed at the airport since the Falkland Wars era. And it was named after a military engineer, Enrique Carlos Alberto Moscone, who did a lot of the petroleum exploitation in the country. So that's what it's mainly used for. Destinations include Buenos Aires, Cordoba, Ushuaia, El Calafate. So these are just some of the destinations here for this airport. So yeah, there we go, guys. That is our first stop of the day. We'll be landing at runway 25. Will be where we land here today. Just chillax. But you can tell this area's kind of been the fact that this is the Chubut region. So you can just see a lot of steps and plains and all that across this area. Pretty nice way to approach and land this area. Definitely pretty solid players. Afterwards, we'll take a brief stop here, and then afterwards we'll be making a landing. We'll just take a quick break over there. We'll take a quick break at the gate, and then we'll make our way to Shia, which is thankfully going to be a much shorter leg this time. So we should get there pretty quickly. Just beautiful. Beautiful scenery here. But yeah, what I'm planning to do on this next week would be go to Shine, do all the national park stuff in Patagonia, then go up, do some more flying into Chile, probably with a TVM or something. Go all the way these areas as well, and make our way up to Santiago before going to Intio and check out Aconcagua. Yeah, Aconcagua as well. We'll be making a visit there. And make our way over to Bolivia. So we'll be doing plenty of flying. Mm-hmm. This is incredible scenery. So I hope the audience there in the back is enjoying their flight. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's look at the cockpit. Like, they actually modeled this in. I love this wily wabbit ongoing behavior. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Typhon is the one who clips everything. Yeah, that's right. It was you, Typhon. Here we are. We're gonna land on runway 25. We'll, once we get, yeah, the best cook we ever made. Yep, definitely. So once we get to land here, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break as we set up the next flight plan for our next flight. and we're going to make our way over to Ushaya, which is going to be a much shorter leg, thankfully. It wouldn't take nearly as long, but we'll make our way down there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's go ahead and make our way over to our left side, and we're going to make our first landing of the day. And armed. Alright guys, our first land of the day.
500.
Yep, here we go.
1,000.
Here we are, first land of the day. Here it is.
500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
There we go. Like one completed. Whew. First lane done. That was a pretty nice landing. I say so myself. We'll just stop here and we'll get ready to set up the next flight plan. here we are. We're just going to take a break here. I'm going to go ahead and complete the flight plan. There we go. So, okay. That should set up the flight. Alright, guys. Go ahead and get this flight set up. Okay. Million. 2.5. Alright, 149. 7450. Alright, we're gonna get back up. 3. It's gonna be 130. So this one is going to be a bit of a shorter flight. This is about 1 hour and 24-minute flight. So we should get here pretty good time. So let's go ahead and take this. Okay. So we're going to taxi over to runway 25. Here is the route for this leg of the flight. Oh, see some flights and photos. Oh, someone posted some photos. Ooh, awesome pics for Firefly. Love those pics. Yeah, if you guys are interested, I got my Discord. If you guys are interested in joining on in. Our cruise altitude will be 37,000 feet today. So should be pretty nice flying. Saratoga, and we're up. Here we go.
80 knots.
80 knots.
Rotate. Positive rate of climb.
Beautiful departure. This is nice. Nice departure. So to our left, we can see Comodoro Rivadavia. Rivadavia to our left. There's the community right there. Hey, good to see you, Roby. How you been doing, my dude? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well, my dude. Yeah, I'm doing quite well. I missed out on the whole stream last week because I wasn't feeling that good. So missed a whole week of streams, so I'm just trying to catch up. Yeah. we're going to climb up to Ushaya today. We're going to be going to our second and final leg. We're going to go to Ushaya today. The reason I wanted to do the 2 leg go straight to Ushaya today is because on Wednesday we're going to be doing the jet. On next Friday, I mean, we're going to be doing the jet fighter planes through Patagonia. So I think that would be a lot of fun. Just go through Patagonia and stuff. That would be a lot of fun. So we're going to go all the way 1,000 feet. Yeah, we're going to be climbing pretty high up there. But yeah, the scenery here is very nice in Argentina. This part of Argentina is pretty nice, though it's not nearly as nice as Patagonia is the glacier region surrounding the nation. Now that is where it gets big. So we'll talk the rest about Argentina when we get to cruising altitude at 37,000 feet. So we're going to be going up to 37,000. So we're going to go ahead and just that. But for the rest of the slides, it's mainly about culture of Argentina and Argentina's rich culture will be discussed. So yeah, guys, I hope you're enjoying this flight. If you guys haven't checked it out, I stream 3 days a week, mainly on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays here on Twitch. So in terms of other stuff, I really do hope sometime soon we get the PMDG 777. That's the one I've been waiting the most. Is the 777. I hope it comes out soon because I have some flights I want to do with it for sure. So I can so that way I can have more flights, get used to how he operates compared to the 7-3. Also, one more thing about Firefly Air. Apparently, we're in the process of getting Firefly Air for VATSIM. So that's another thing too about a virtual airline is we're going to be in VATSIMs soon. So I'm not going to be doing it though. Just with my autism and stuff and my issues, I don't think I do well with VATSIM. To be honest, take me a while, but I wouldn't be good at that. Also, here's a pretty fun thing. I do. Hey, Filthy, good to see ya. So, I got some pretty fun thing I might want to do, but there is something I would be interested in actually streaming. This year that I might be interested, and that is NCAA football 20, college football 25. Um, that's what I was actually thinking about wanting to see if I could stream because it is going to be college football, the new college football game. They're finally bringing it back for the first time since 2013, and waiting 12 years for it. So that's a game I'm very excited for because I want to see college football back, especially with all the new schools and all the new stuff. Yeah, good to see. We're about to head to Ushaya today. Um, yeah, those. Yeah, I used to play NCAA football 13 or 14 a lot. That was great. I like to play the old dynasties. I mean, I like to do the coaching carousel and just do all the different programs. Like start from a small program and then go to eventually your dream job. Eventually get to the big schools like Texas, Alabama, Michigan. Yeah, that would be good. Well, since we're about at cruising altitude, let's go ahead and talk about Argentina's culture for a bit. So, because Argentina's culture is really, really rich culturally. Um, Argentina is a very multicultural country with significant European influence. Much of it is influenced by Italian, Spanish, and other European immigration from France, Russia, UK, and others. The cities are largely been um, its cities, for example, like Buenos Aires and all that, are prevalent by people of European descent and imitations of American European styles of fashion, like museums, cinemas, and galleries. The other big parts of Argentine culture is influenced by the Guachos and their traditional country lifestyle. And finally, indigenous American traditions have been absorbed into the general culture milieu. So it's a very much tied to the old world with a little bit of the new world stuff too. But Argentina has definitely got a wide cultural heritage in itself, creating a unique heritage in Argentina. More specifically, there is a lot of things tied into culture in Argentina. And a lot of it has to do with a lot of its immigrant communities, mainly a lot of the Italians, as Italian culture is a big part of their heritage. In terms of literature, Argentina actually has a really rich literature history, and it began in 1550. It reached full independence with Esteban Echeverri's El Matadero, a romantic landmark that played a significant role in its narrative from the 19th century, as well as it being split by the popular Federalist epic of Jose Hernandez's Martin Fierro and the elitist masterpiece of Sarmiento Facundo. In the 20th century was the modernist movement with guys like Leopoldo Lugones and Alfonso Storni, and vanguardism from Ricardo Guedes Danzaguero Sombra. However, its most acclaimed writer is Jorge Luis Borges, who is big part of the literature in Argentina, with short stories like Ficonas and The Alf are some of his most famous works. As a key figure of Argentine literature history. There's also the Florida group, because they meet at the Florida Street. They produce lots of different artistry and all that. And then Julio Cortázar, which is part of the Latin America boom era, became circulated around the world. So Argentine literature is very rich in history. Tons of great authors and poets all across Argentina. In terms of music, Argentina also has a rich music history too, mainly the tango, which is actually one of the major cultural symbols of Argentina. And the golden age was from the 30s to the 1950s, but mirrored the jazz and swing of the United States, featuring large orchestras of those like Osvaldo Pugliese, Anibal Troilo, and Francisco Canaro. After 1955, virtuoso Astor Piazzolla popularized the Nuevo Tango, a subtler and more intellectual brand, and nowadays enjoys worldwide popularity with groups like the Gotan Project, for example. There's also strong classical music and dance scenes as well, with different artists like Alberto Dinacerta and violinist Alberto Lisse. There's also Argentine folk music that emerged in the 30s, and it influenced a lot of Latin American music. Some achieved worldwide acclaim, like Atahualpa Yupanqui and Mercedes Sosa. And there's even Argentine rock as well, with Argentine rock bands in the 60s. So Argentina has a really rich, diverse music scene. Well, the next thing to talk about is theater and cinema. In fact, in terms of theater capitals, a lot of people think theater capitals like Paris or New York, but actually, one of those capitals is actually Buenos Aires. It mainly is centered on Corrientes Avenue, the street that never sleeps, and it is a very much a theater place. And one of those landmarks is the Cologne Theater, one of the best theater houses in the world. And they produce some of the great theater and stuff. There's also the Argentine film industry, which is among the most developed in Latin America, along with Mexico and Brazil. In fact, the world's first animated feature films were actually released in Argentina by cartoonist Quinero Cristiani. In 1917 and 18, and Argentine films have achieved worldwide recognition, including 2 Academy Awards for the best foreign language films. and they've been achieved worldwide fame. Well, in fact, one of those famous people in the cinema industry was Andres Muschietti, who is actually from Argentina, and he directed the highest-grossing horror film of all time, It. So Argentina absolutely has a um, lot of great theater and music and much, much more. But of course, one of my favorites, Argentina's cuisine. Argentina definitely has an extremely diverse cuisine. For one, a lot of it's shaped from its cultures, from the indigenous people to the Mediterranean influence from all the immigrants, like the Spanish, as well as the influx of Italian immigrants. And they brought all sorts of different dishes and all that. But one thing is really central in Argentine cuisine, and that is beef. People forget Argentina is one of the world's leading beef producers in the world, and in fact, Argentina leads the world in average consumption of beef, as the average Argentine consumes an average of 220 pounds per capita of beef. However, the most popular sort of food is the Argentine barbecue asado. And of course, Argentine people love eating, and social gatherings are a big deal in Argentine cuisine. And there's also a large variety of different cuisines and all that. But there's so many different kinds of foods and all that. But some of the typical foods you can find in Argentina is grilled meat from the asado, is a staple with steak and beef ribs. Your other items like chorizo, which is pork sausage, chitterlings or chinchulines. Sweet bread is also very popular. Is sweet bread, which is the thymus or the pancreas, known as Malaysias, and other parts of animal are enjoyed. However, in Patagonia, you might get to eat more lamb and goat. And the most common condiment is the chimichurri, which is actually found in Argentina. You also can find lots of breaded and fried meats as well, and snacks, and more. In addition, due to a lot of the Italian immigration, Italian staples like pasta and pizza are actually very common in Argentine cuisine, thanks to the very large Italian community. And there's a lot of different stuff as well. Be a tons of variety of food in Argentina in terms of its cuisine. Crazy. Argentine cuisine very diverse. In terms of other drinks and stuff, wine is a big deal in Argentina. Is been wine. People don't know this, but Argentina is actually one of the world's leading wine producers, 5th largest in the world. Historically, Argentine wine is more about quantity than quality. However, nowadays, that quality is starting to catch up. In Argentine wine is starting to catch up. And nowadays, wine in Argentina is going to continue to get increasingly high quality. In fact, funnily enough, about Italian food as well, pizza in Buenos Aires. In fact, Argentina has the most pizzerias per inhabitant in the world, and that is and many of them are in Buenos Aires. They have lots of pizzerias. Pizza is a big part of Buenos Aires as well. But what I'm trying to say is that Argentines absolutely love their food. They absolutely love their. What I'm trying to say is that Argentina And also in terms of beef in Argentina, well, there's all sorts of different cattle breeds that can make their food. And they have all sorts of stuff. What I'm trying to say is that Argentina has a really rich cuisine. No worries, Super Typhon. I understand things happen. Everything's been pretty chill. In terms of sports, Argentines love their sports. The national sport is actually pato. Pato is the national sport of Argentina. It's based what pato basically is it combines the sports of polo and basketball. First played all the way back in 1610, and basically pato is Spanish for duck. And early games used live duck instead of a ball. So nowadays it's been inspired by modern polo, and it's now the national sport since 1952. They basically ride on horseback and all that. However, the most popular sport by far in Argentina, though, is football. And Argentine football is basically second in Latin America to Brazil in football. But Argentines love football. And it can be played both indoor and outdoor, and it's popular for a lot of children. And of course, Argentina is home to one of the world's best soccer teams. The national team for Argentina is one of the world's very best. Currently ranked number one in the world, actually. They have won 3 World Cup championships in 1978, 1986, and most recently, the most recent World Cup in 2022. And have been very successful in Copa America, winning it 15 times, shared with Uruguay. And they've been a big part, and they played at the Estadio Monumento, which we actually flew over on Wednesday. That was the major venue of the Argentines. But Argentina's had some legendary football players. Historically, had some legendary figures. Um, Legendary players and figures have been a big part of football in Argentina. And of course, Argentina's biggest football rival, the national team, is definitely Brazil. No question. Brazil and Argentina are the big football rivals in South America. Known as the Battle of the Americas. Made sense. It's one of the world's great international football rivalries. It makes sense. You have 2 of the great teams, national teams in the world. And of course, I mean, there are so many amazing football players that come from Argentina. There's so many well-known Argentina footballers, including there's 2 particular ones I can think of. First is Diego Maradona. You guys probably know about Maradona. Passed away in 2020. The Golden Boy is what they call him. Born in Lanús, Argentina. But he became one of the great players in the sport. He was one of the 2 joint winners of the player for the 20th century along with Pele. Became a legendary figure. The other most recent one is probably one of the best players for the 21st century, Lionel Messi. You guys probably know him. One of the greatest players of all time. Won 8 Ballon d'Or awards, which is the best player in European football. 6 European Golden Shoes, is named the world's best player 8 times. The world's best football player, or soccer, depending on who you ask. But yeah, football is a massive deal in Argentina. No question, it's a big deal. Outside of that, Argentina's other really popular sport is basketball. And Argentina has actually been quite successful in basketball too. A lot of people don't know about that. But, basketball's been around since 1912 in Argentina, and their national team has actually been one of the few that's been incredibly successful. And is even actually in the FIBA Americas is even one of those who have actually beaten the United States. Argentina is one of the best teams in the Americas and probably the world. Being one of the only few countries that can beat the United States in basketball. So Argentina has got a great, and tons of great basketball players have played in Argentina. There's been a lot of great Argentine basketball players, but most notably, Emmanuel Ginobili, Manu Ginobili, played for many years in San Antonio, great basketball player. But they even took home an Olympic Games gold medal in 2004. They even took an Olympic gold in 2004. They're very capable basketball nation for basketball. Rugby is another increasingly popular sport. Rugby. Boxing historically has also been pretty important. So, in Argentina was also pretty decently successful. They had 77 medals by the Olympic Committee. So, there's that too. Well, that completes the first part of those slides. But yeah, those are some pretty fun facts about Argentina in terms of its culture. But yeah, very interesting stuff to learn about. Yeah, here it is. It's kind of cloudy in there. Not really much scenery stuff to look at here. That's probably because, well, there's a lot of cloud cover at this part of the shot. Should be pretty nice, for sure. We're just about 291 nautical miles away from our final stop here. I know this is a bit of a longer stream than I usually do, but I really do want to get to the bottom of the southernmost sea in the world at a pretty good time. So yeah, guys, I hope you're all doing well. So let's see how much far we are to top descent. Yeah, we got a bit of a while away. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for coming by and taking your time to come here on today's stream. I really do appreciate you guys being here. It's been a blast being here with you guys. So, but yeah, it's gonna be a pretty cloudy day here at Ushuaia. This is literally the southernmost city in the world. So so now one of the really cool things about Argentina is just it's just really cool place. Argentina's got some great culture. It's got great, really cool history to learn about. It's a very turbulent 20th century. So, let's go ahead and talk about some Argentine fun facts about Argentina. Argentina's nickname comes from the name the land of silver. Due to all the silver mining in the region, it's called the land of silver. It comes from its rich history of silver mining. Argentina is renowned for its wine production due to its unique climate and fertile soil, resulting in high quality wines. Fossilized remains of the largest dinosaur ever discovered, the Argentinosaurus, were found in Argentina. And basically, for those that don't know what an Argentinosaurus is, the Argentinosaurus is actually a part of the sauropod group of dinosaurs known as the sauropods. Apparently, they measure between 30 to 35 meters, which is 198 to 115 feet long, and weighs 65 to 80 tons. Part of the Titanosaur family of dinosaurs. It's an absolutely massive lizard, massive dinosaur, one of the largest ever. Absolutely huge. And finally, the train of the clouds, one of the highest railroads in the world, which takes passengers on a journey of the Andes, which is around 13,845 feet. which is insanely high altitude for train travel. So, pre-person stuff. So, I know this is a bit of a longer Sunday stream than normal, but I mean, this was a pretty good time to make a longer stream. At least do it early in the day. So, let's go ahead and descend here pretty shortly. Tierra de Fuego. Let's go ahead and get going. So here it is. Top descent will come really shortly. I don't know if I make the lane because my dad went to the cycle or something. No worries. No worries, Typhon. I'll take care of the rest from here. Thank you so much, Typhon, for helping me out with the moderator duty today. We're gonna go ahead and make our way. We're gonna go ahead and start a descent over to Shia. Should take a little bit of a descent. We'll be descending to 5,500 feet. 5,700, but that's because the ILS for this is going to be quite steep, since we're going to be going over some of the fjords in this part of South America. So here we are. We're about to descend. Yeah, you can tell it's complete cloud cover. This is going to be a pretty interesting approach to Shia today. Here we go, guys. Let's do our lane predictions for this landing. Type in negative prediction, type in a negative number. We're just 119 nautical miles out from our final stop here at Sierra Alpha Whiskey Hotel. So should be an absolute gorgeous landing here if the wind lets us get a chance to. So here we are, guys. The Tierra del Fuego province. Absolutely stunning area. Look at this gorgeous area here. Here we are, guys. Yeah, you can see the Patagonia glacier lands around. And this gorgeous area, man. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful Ushaya. Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about our final Argentina stop. This is Ushuaia. Now, Ushuaia is a really cool place. This city has a population of 82,000 people. It's located below the 54th parallel. So as a result, it is the world's southernmost city. Located in a wide bay on the coast of the Isla Grande de Tierra del Fuego, it's the only municipality in its own department, and it's founded in 1884 by Augusto Lassier on the shores of the Beagle Channel. It's a light industrial port and tourist hub, and it's one of the 5 internationally recognized Arctic gateway cities. As a gateway to the Antarctica. It's a really beautiful area. I've flown around this area more than a few times in the sim. It's a great area. Beautiful place to check out. It was often used also as a prison as well. But in terms of things to do, there are quite a few really cool landmarks here. The Beagle Channel, which you can take the Beagle Channel from boat, and you can check out the sea lion colony at Isla de los Lobos and the penguins at Martillo. In addition to all the great views, you have the Tierra del Fuego National Park with tumbling waterfalls, crystal clear rivers, forests, and glacial mountains, and the Maritime Museum with the prison complex as well. are some of the beautiful landmark attractions here in the city. So definitely worth checking out. And finally, for the last slide for this part of the journey, we'll be visiting Ushuaia, Malvinas, Argentina's international airport. Sierra Alpha Whiskey Hotel opened back in 1995 to replace an older one. It's been used by various airlines and is the world's southernmost international airport. It was often used by passengers as a cruise ship gateway to the Antarctic. It can accommodate planes as big as a 747. And even, in fact, even the Concorde has landed here too, by the way. Concordes have landed here too by charter flights. The name is also reflects Argentina's claim over the Falkland Islands, which is still kind of controversial. And mainly the flights go across to destinations mainly in Argentina, like Buenos Aires, Cordoba, El Calafate, and Comodoro Rivadavia are some of the airline, or at least some of the destinations Ushuaia serves. That's it. That is all the slides for Argentina. So this should be an absolutely beautiful landing here, and look at this scenery. That absolutely stunning. Stunning scenery. That's breathtaking. Just breathtaking. Look at this. That is gorgeous. We're entering into a really gorgeous part of the world, guys. It may be among the most beautiful areas in the entire planet. According to yours truly. But once we land, we'll find someone to raid. We'll get someone to check out and find out who to raid. Absolutely gorgeous. And that's just gorgeous, guys. Look at that. That is, what a beautiful approach. I think that's our airport all the way down here. That's our airport. We will be back there next Friday. Here we are. Final landing for today's stream. Absolutely gorgeous. Um, yeah, this is going to be quite the glide slope for sure. This is absolutely incredible approach.
$2,500.
Hey, Tarsh Mossman, good to see you, Tarnish. We're just about to make our final landing here at beautiful Ushuaia International Airport in Argentina. I'm doing quite well, my dude. We started all the way back in Buenos Aires, and we're gonna make our land all the way. And we stopped at Comodoro Rivadavia, and then we make our way over to Ushuaia. Okay. Hey, thank you, my dude. This is ILS. This should not be that difficult of a landing. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Absolutely gorgeous. Here we go.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
A little bit of a rougher landing. Not too bad. We did it. We made it all the way Shia. Darn. Yeah, that has been my longest stream yet. 4 hours to do. What a beautiful approach and landing, everyone. That's stunning. That's beautiful. Holy crap, everyone. We did it. We made it to the southernmost city in the world. Woohoo! So day 28 has finally been done. Man, what an absolute journey of a flight. Guys, thank you all so much for coming here today, and I really, really enjoyed today's stream and stuff. Thank you guys so much for coming here. We'll be back on stream again, probably probably on Tuesday or Thursday, depending on what would be better. But we'll be doing some DC3. We'll be doing some GA flying in Texas on Wednesday, and then we'll be back in this around the world trip on Friday. We'll be doing the fighter jets in Patagonia. Should be a lot of fun. So guys, thank you all so much, and we'll set up the raid. Take care, everyone, and have a great rest of your day. Goodbye, everyone.